Totally Gherk put their pickle in my jar meow 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 Mave Potter Market stuff meow 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 I am Gherk 5. Mike Mayo put their pickle in my jar heard from the grapevine that Gherk was a billionaire. This is for HR. He touched me properly last week. I'm willing to settle for a burrito at this point 5.
All right. How's everyone doing? Looks like we're slipping 290. Opens up the move down to like 70. Mm, Caught a little bit of a bounce on ES. Bulls are buying the dips here. Mm, mm. Do you see the stag? No, CPI was expected to be lower. The panic demand died down going into the tariffs. Don't forget that this is the March inflation report. PPI, on the other hand, could be much higher than expected. A little breakout from consolidation here. Looks like there's a little bit of interest around like 53.15. Hmm. A little bit of vol shorting coming in. Sorry. Gamma flips at 30. Getting over 15 might be tough. $53.01. Trying to get over 340 ES. Stuffed a little bit. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Are they gonna get a higher low here or not? Curious. You check your secret indicators on GMA. It looks bullish to me on GS. Might be starting to top out here around 25.50, 26. Foreign exchange arb's still positive, but it's moving down. ETF correlation's picking up. Liquidity's falling off. So temporarily, it looks a little bit bullish. There we go. It's like a decent bounce. 5. Should be able to push out to 315 now. Oh, all right. Gamma flips at 53.24. Yeah, Jimmy's in like bearish consolidation. I don't like the way it looks. I wouldn't play a lot more upside on it, I don't think. Oh, there's the 20 test. 25 is resistance. Mm. A little bit of profit taking. Let's go see if this holds 15. If it doesn't, back to 5,300. Dumpies. Hmm. Nice bounce. Lower high. Hmm. Rejected off the gamma flip again. Hmm. Interesting. Still resistance here. Although, definitely advantageous for bulls to get above this strike. Hmm. A little more support at the 20 strike. Breakout. If there's going to be any profit taking on this. Maybe not. Could probably push up to 50. 40 is a little tough, but short puts coming in. It's the profit taking. VWAP on ES is up at 53.97, which is a good deal above where spot is right now. Looks like we got support on the gamma flip a little bit. Hmm. Why am I so bearish? I don't know. That's not invalid. Bulls are pushing right now, but they could fail. Everything's kind of working against them. We did get back above the JPM puts, though, which is probably significant. Delta on those will fall off to the upside, but not quickly. They don't expire anytime soon. Yeah. A little bit tough to the upside here. Those bot calls at 25, but not much above it. There's bot puts out at 35.40, which are going to be a problem unless they go out of the money. Or they capitulate. Which I guess is possible. $32 getting pressured right now. That might push us up into the 40 test. Rejected. New high on the, well, new local high on ES. Tested 53.70. It makes sense for bulls to try to push off the positive gamma here. Another new high. Oh. Fell back to 20. Sig rejected. Back below the gamma flip. Big spike in vol too. I guess 15. And 12. While still pushing up. A lot of negative gamma to the downside. Especially if we lose 5,300. Good morning. Did filling the upside gap today surprise you? Like the opening gap? No, but might need news or something to pull it off. Bears are in a pretty good spot right here. Mm. Another leg down. Pretty easy path down to 52.90. Huh. A little bit of support at 300. Retest at 305. Getting rejected a little. Bigger problem is vol doesn't really move up that much to the downside here. Like a little bit. Yeah, retest got rejected pretty hard. Hmm. There we go. Breakdown. Retest 300. Maybe not. Close. Back at 302. A little bit of a bounce. Hmm. Choppy. Hmm. Five. Hmm. Next support is gonna be like 75 here. 25 or 80. VIX is pushing back up towards 40. Oh. How high could gold go? It's a good question. I don't know. There's really there's no like limit on it. While still climbing here a little bit. It's almost a double bottom on 280. It's a little lower though, which isn't a great look. Hmm. Back above 82. Hmm. NQ struggling to get back above 18.6. Vol starting to flatten out a little. So some puts coming in. Short puts. It's like a little bit of a push. Yeah, it's kind of struggling. Yeah, we'll break out higher. 87 test. NQ pushing for 325. Broke to the upside of that a little bit. Hmm. See if bulls get this. They're shorting vol a little more heavily. Upside resistance is still kind of shitty though. 5,300, like 5,302 is pretty important here. And then 1015. I don't think that was all profit taking, but definitely a little profit taking on the put side here. Any thoughts on the upcoming 30-year auction? It's going to be important. How big? Do you know how big it is? I forget. It's like 13 billion again, or is it more? 22 billion? Yeah, it's probably going to be pretty important. Bulls, I don't think Bulls want to struggle with 300 for too long. It's better just to push above it. There's 302. Starting to get an actual reversal here. Vol still coming down. Pulled back under 300. See if it pushes back up after the profit taking's done. Into the gamma flip. Gamma flip is 53.12. Okay. Kind of held up through that. Getting a bit of an inverse head and shoulder on the 1 minute. Mm. Hmm. Hmm. Well, starting to turn up a little. Not too much profit taking here, though. Could be worse. I don't like losing 90 again, though. Oof. That's nasty. Hmm. Dump. Hmm. 5,200? Mm, 50 is pretty big. I'd have to say it's starting to look very bearish. And vol's picking up quite a bit. Yes, it's testing 5,300 right now. The loss of 75 seems like a pretty straight shot down to 50, though. Mm-hmm. 69 test. VIX above 40. $62. A little bit of profit taking. Left a gap to the upside at 66. It was over the last 2 hours yesterday. I know where the market rocketed, but mechanically, how does SPX gap up $100 intraday? People buy a shitload of futures. Basically, everything in the index gaps up because it has to be repriced against the massive push into the bid, the ask rather. It's not. It's not very hard. Just a fuck ton of orders coming in all at once. Still haven't filled the upside gap here. If we do, 75 is going to be resistance to the upside. volume came in there on futures. Yes, back over 5,300. Looks like we filled the gap. Not too many more bot puts to the downside, but still bot puts at 75, 80, 85, 90, 95 to the upside. Some bot calls coming in at 5,300. House passes a budget plan providing extension for Trump tax cuts as of 11/11. Fed bid 280 million. Johnson's live right now. It's probably mixed.
Y'all been waiting feverishly. A lot of people didn't think this could get done, but like a lot of other big challenges, we came to this new Congress with President Trump, the Republican Senate and House committed to fight for the American people and fix the problems that we inherited, to go and solve so many of the problems that American families have been struggling with. We've got to lower inflation. We've got to lower interest rates. We've got to get the economy moving again. And all of that happens with this one big, beautiful bill. And of course, none of it starts until we pass the budget, which is why today's vote was so important, which means now the real work begins in the committees. We have 11 committees in the House ready to go to work now. Over the next 2 weeks, as members are in their districts during Easter, the committees will be working and leadership will be meeting between the House and Senate, working with President Trump on the details to start that process the day we get back, so that we can deliver real wins for the American people on a bill that makes sure no taxes go up, we produce more energy in America, we can deliver the border security that President Trump has already been implementing, but as Tom Homan would tell you, they need more funding. We need to strengthen our military to compete with China, put more regulations in, get more regulatory control and relief so that we can have fair rulemaking that doesn't add cost to taxpayers. All of that's going to be done in this bill.
Mr. Leader, can you explain and characterize why this was...
We're going to buy a bunch of shit, but don't worry, guys. You don't have to pay for it.
Every step of this process is going to be tough. We've said this from the very beginning. In fact, when there was a debate between one bill and two bills, I had some conversations with President Trump, with his Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. They said, why one bill? I said, go back and look at 2017. I was the majority whip when we passed the first Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. The budget for that bill, we lost 22 Republicans. We still got the bill passed, barely, but we lost 22 Republicans. Well, this time around, we couldn't lose 2 on the first round. Today, we could lose 3, and as you saw, we lost 2, and then we were able to pass the bill, but we have tight margins. And so anytime you have tight margins, we have a lot of members with a lot of very divergent opinions on how to get to the goals we've set out to achieve. And everybody has been in the room at different stages. Some members had more questions than others. And every member knows, and I've been very candid, there's still a lot of work left to do, but we're including all of our members, from the most conservatives to those in the most swing districts, in all of these conversations, because it's going to take all of us to get it done.
Is this probably the easiest vote that you have to take?
None of these votes are easy, and then the next votes won't be easy, but they're all significantly important for the American people. And I think if you just keep sight of what the goal is, our goal from the very beginning is to provide relief to families who have been struggling, to get our economy back on track, and deliver on the promises that President Trump and House and Senate Republicans ran on during the campaign and were elected and given a mandate to deliver. We're now working on those next steps, and we're going to get this passed because failure is not an option.
Do you have a target on how soon you'd like to finish this?
Well, the beauty is that the committees get to go do that. You can find 1.5 trillion and more. And obviously, you saw the press conference this morning. Well, first of all, if you look, bless you, if you look at just waste, fraud, and abuse in all federal programs, that's on the table. And I think most Americans would tell you, please go root out waste, fraud, and abuse. So if any program is stealing money from taxpayers in a way that's not intended, not even talking about changing eligibility, all of those things are going to be looked at to make the programs work better. Some of these programs do not work well for the people on it. I'll give you an example, because a lot of lies have been told about disabled people. Medicaid does not work well enough for disabled people. We can make it work better, and part of that is by taking away some of the siphoning off of the program by people that shouldn't be on it. There are illegals in the hundreds of thousands at a minimum on Medicaid, taking billions of dollars out of that program, hurting disabled people. So we need to strengthen those programs, and we're going to be working on that too. But if you look at some of the other things, spectrum sales, nobody talks about that. Everybody talks about $880 billion in energy and commerce as if it's all healthcare. There's probably $200 billion in non-healthcare related programs before you even start talking about more savings and reforms. Things like spectrum sales. How do you go from 5G networks to 6G? It's not just some clouds in the sky that you're dealing with. It's spectrum, which is a federal asset that we auction off every few years. What's been too long? Any of these companies that spend billions of dollars building out networks will tell you we need more spectrum made available, which means the federal government owns all of that, and we offer it up for sale every few years. And we generate tens of billions, if not close to $100 billion for the taxpayers. And that yields, by the way, billions more private investment. It's why you get economic growth when you lock in tax rates and make a more sane, common sense regulatory structure, because then you see private investment. I've heard these numbers, and you can talk to people in any walk of life in the private sector, in any industry. They will tell you there's trillions, $4-5 trillion of money sitting on the sideline, not being invested in America now until they see what the tax code looks like.
No one likes
Everybody's
this.
talking about tariffs right now. Most businesses are waiting to see what the tax code will look like before they make major investments. And they will tell you, if we just prevent a tax hike, which, by the way, every Democrat voted today to raise taxes, and they've said they wanted the tax rates to go up. We do not. And if we flatline and say no tax increases on American families, that alone will spur trillions of dollars more investment in our economy. And you could see 3%
Basant
GDP growth,
made a comment.
which
Trump
would be not
admin
only
will
great for the
continue
economy,
pushing
more
for certainty.
money in
That was
your
about 4
pockets when
minutes
you go to the
ago.
grocery store, when you go to the gas station, but it also gives us, the federal treasury, more money coming in to lower the deficit.
Mr. Leader, what's the timeline to get all this done?
Yeah, the timeline to get this done is as quick as we can get it done. We've said, by the end of May, we want a bill through the House to the Senate on the president's desk. And we're talking to the Senate every step of the way. Again, you saw Speaker Johnson with Majority Leader Thune in the Senate today giving a press conference agreeing that there is no daylight between our two sides. We're going to be talking about the details of what our committees do. They don't have the exact same committees. They don't have an Energy and Commerce Committee. They have a Commerce Committee. Finance Committee in the Senate will do a lot of the components on Medicaid that the Energy and Commerce Committee would do. But at the end of the day, all of those policies will come together, and we're talking about those things now. Over the next 2 weeks, our committees will be talking together, House and Senate, so that when we send the bill over to the Senate, after we continue to do the work, and we've done a lot of it already, it's not going to be the first time they've seen it. So we want a process that moves quickly. President Trump, as you know, he's not somebody that wants to wait around for months. He wants to see the kind of economic growth and success so that families can get the benefits of what we do now, not have to wait till the end of the year. That's why we want to get it done by this summer. I'd love to see that bill on the president's desk by the end of May, and it can be. So thank y'all.
Thank you.
That was ideal. Yeah, that's yeah.
Ball's still climbing.
That's up.
Boring Kyle, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man.
Pickle jar where we send it, oh we cry. Slamming bids, selling rips. IB's high, so am I. Degenerates don't
Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man.
Ride or die till the tendies come round. Food or doom, ain't no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no gain. Billionaires rise, no risk, no rain. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up, pickles up. Sealed in the jar, legends are made.
Hmm. There's really nothing slowing us down to 25. Seems like we could just keep sliding. There's plenty of delta. 5,200. Yeah, yeah. NQ moving to test 18.4. These moves seem oddly controlled. This doesn't. Earlier a little bit, yeah, but this is just kind of starting to dump. We have bank earnings tomorrow too. Yeah, banks going down quick. Mm, failed bounce. Pushing down through 42. I think we need to lose like 38 here. Mm. Gold 31.90. Powell can't really be, well, he can be removed, but you can't put like a plant in the Fed. It's very hard. They have to be approved. They have to have congressional approval. And then additionally, you can only promote people to chairman of the Fed that are already on the Fed board. No. Shockingly, the laws that set up the Fed are far better designed than the ones that set up the Supreme Court. We could drop to 25 or 5,200. We failed the retest at 55 and at 50. And 42. I put a couple of nice ferns in the Fed just last week. Haha. Santander? Santander's got a lot of exposure to shitty loans, like subprime markets. SOFR popped again. And Q's about to dump its downtrend if we fall any lower. What was it, 20 test? Or 30 test, rather.
Lowe put their pickle in my jar. Are the
Well,
next
picking
90
up at
days going to be
15,
high vol chop with bears
195,
winning via
190,
positioning, Trump
180.
tweeting saving the banks? Do you think we ultimately still crash April OPEX assuming we
I'm
get
fucking
deals
gonna
with
go
everyone
right back
except
down
China?
again, huh?
Thanks 5.
These rallies are so short. Holy shit. 90 days going to be high vol chop with bears winning via positioning and Trump tweeting saving the banks. Do you think we ultimately still crash? Probably. You can't get rid of the underlying problems, which is that credit spreads are widening and risk premium is rocketing. I'm not sure the bleed in leverage can be stopped. Don't forget the compression in the carry trade. That spread's collapsing as the dollar falls. There's no super bullish outcome. No, there isn't. All of this shit was held together with like scotch tape and paper clips. And Trump lit it on fire. I don't care about your opinion. Saved it for a day. Not even a day. Yeah. This is just turning into a rout. Good, thanks for everything. Seems the US is getting its reckoning. Yields are skyrocketing. Downgrade incoming. Seriously considering leaving. You're not alone. I think a lot of people are considering the same. Mix at 44. Retest at 20. There's some bot calls at 20 on the bounce here. Bot puts at synthetic short at 30. They sold some puts at 5,200. This might collapse again. Now they created more risk. Rejected on the bot puts at 30. They sold puts all the way up to 25, 35. Ew, that's gonna get squeezy. I have some puts right now. I'm short ES since earlier. If we slip 15, we're gonna start squeezing those short puts they just sold. Does this play out similarly to 2008 or 2020? Could, yeah. Probably more like 08. Follow-up recession. I guess it'll depend on what they do with tariffs, but the job losses and all of that'll come far before any decision was cemented on tariffs. Which dystopian future are you leaning towards? Cyberpunk or Mad Max? That's a good question. Trying to squeeze the short puts here. I don't know. self-inflicted recession. No soft or hard landing, just crash. It's a distinct possibility. We got a ways to go before we're crashing, but the fucking 10 2-year spread is rocketing today. It's starting to look really bad. Dipped under 52. Sorry. This is kind of fucked. Bounce is immediately rejected. How fucked? I mean, how low can we go with no news? I mean, all the way back down again? Pulling back the tariffs doesn't change what happened in the bond market. It was just an attempt to stop the bleeding. This is similar to what happened in 08. Government stepped in, tried to reverse it. They did it too late. What could Trump treat to fix this? Market gains or tax exempt? This is so fucked. The market still has the yips. The 10 2-year spread is up 34.3% today. I'd say so. I think nobody was. Hmm. I don't think anybody was considering the fact that the drop in inflation, like headline falling negative, would be so extreme. The dollar is down 1.76% today, which is really fucking bad. Yen's back under 145. The leverage is getting fucked. Like, there may be no stopping the bleed in margin. Painful. No, dollar's still like 101. It's not like a loss in confidence. You apply your market genius to gold and tell us what to expect. It'll probably continue to climb until they either take profits or dollar risk is diminished. You gotta hedge your US treasuries with something. Sure as fuck isn't gonna be Bitcoin. People get margin called, and the only thing left to sell is gold. The only thing left to buy for margin is gold. Wow. You can buy short-term treasuries, I guess. GLD. What's the downside limit today? What do you mean? Like, where do we hit a circuit breaker? It's around like 5140 ES. I can't remember if it's from the intraday high or if it's measured from the open. They don't happen very often. A little bit of a reversal here. Maybe back to 52. And 52 might be resistance. Getting bot puts all the way down to 51.50. Just a little upside gap there. $196. Yeah, like right there. Buff Orpington, thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Buff a shout out for hooking you up. Alright. VIX at 47.77. Looks like ES is going to set a new low and test the 5200 level. Vol up. There were like 4 of them during COVID. I think one of them was like right after open. I think, but I think all of them were right after market open. At least the ones I remember. They all happened over like a 2-week period. Yeah, 15-minute halt. I don't think the 20% one's ever been triggered. Because I can't remember when they implemented it, but I think it was after the like the crash in the 80s. Black Monday. Looks like we're starting to slip 175 here. Yes, bumping into 5200. Nasdaq's almost down 6% so far. Rims has Range Rover money? Apparently. Rims and Tims, thanks so much, man. Guys, give me a shout out for hooking you up. Fucking MQ's losing so fucking down 1100 points today. Jesus Christ. What's back to 51.50? We're getting pretty close to yesterday's lows. Fix back to 50. Well, almost. Couple cents off. $5,100? Sure. Definitely a possibility. Let's see if we get a little bounce here. Not just yet, but maybe a few dollars lower. I guess we tested 56 on the low. Might not even get a bounce. I just fucking dump. Jesus. Vana must just be exploding right now. Yeah, if we lose 50, 5,100, speed picks up. Well, a little less delta under 50, so that might slow the pace of the drop a bit. There goes 50. Or not. VIX at 51. VIX is now higher than it was the last time we were at this level, which is kind of nuts. Gherkin, I'm happy because my puts are up. It's sad my partner left me today. I don't know how to feel. I'm sorry to hear that, man. That kind of sucks. Bittersweet. Did people risk on yesterday? Probably. Looks like they got fucked. I got out of my 52, 5,300 spreads, but I barely made anything on them. Definitely not worth the risk. At least I rolled them in yesterday. NQ lost 18. Yes, pushing for 51.50. 51.40 is pretty close to where the circuit breaker is, so be careful. Where's the liquidity, Lebowski? Dork, things might be fucked. These are the worst forward returns we've seen on the SPX since December of 2019. Even the COVID crash wasn't this fucking bad. I'm sorry, December of 2018. Yeah, it's starting to get worse than like 2022. Some nasty shit. Alright, so we bounced before we got a circuit breaker. Just looks like more puts are bought on the bounce. Whee! I legitimately don't know where the circuit breaker is. Does anybody figure out if it's like open or closed? It's 7% from open. Prior day close. Okay. $50, $74, $92. Sounds like it. Given the rate at which we're dropping today, that doesn't seem that fucking far away. Pushing down through 51.20. Sorry, I'm trying to look at the delta because we're kind of moving too fast for the candlesticks. It was 15, 16, 17. VIX at 54. Mm. Retest 50. That didn't fucking work. Vol's still going up. So maybe just some profit taking on puts. Mm. 52. $60. Holding 55. A little bit of vol shorting. Oh. What do you do when you're not trading? When's that? Like on the weekends? Run errands? I don't know. Fix back to 50. Mhm. It's at 48. Keep an eye on that, like out of the money put demand. It's gonna pick up again. Hmm. Hmm. It seems like what happened in Urbex. What Urbex? What is this bounce? It's a bounce. Welcome to at the money IV being 140%. Here's the trend test. Or retest of the trend. Inverse head and shoulders on NQ or ES at 209 or SPX 175. Ball up a little. Another test of the trend. A little lower this time. There's a downtrend on, if you look, there's a downtrend right here. It comes across the top of this. Ugh. I could draw it. Hold on. I guess it doesn't really matter on SPX, but... Oh, hold on, I have to move. Ah, fucking Christ. Give me a second. You can, it's close enough. I can't get it lined up, but you can kind of see where it is. Trump. Hmm. Vol's still pushing up. Another test. Ooh. Fuck did Trump say? He's live? Alright, I gotta go fucking see what's going on with this.
Tariff
Oh,
that took in hundreds
Jesus.
of billions of dollars from China and others.
I'll listen to a fucking cabinet meeting.
China, and we had no inflation, essentially. So we think we're in very good shape. We think we're doing very well. Again, there'll be a transition cost and transition problems, but in the end, it's going to be a beautiful thing. We're doing again what we should have done
Oh, great. Mono.
many years ago. We let it get out of control, and we allowed some countries to get very big and very rich at our expense, and can't let that happen. It's not a sustainable formula. So I wanted to just thank everybody at the table, and maybe I'll go around and ask some of you a little short couple of answers. Pete just got back from Panama, and he's been all over the place, and you want to give us a little report on that and whatever else you might have to say. Everyone at this table is doing an incredible job, by the way, I have to say. Incredible. And the relationships are, it's like they're friends. They're really, the relationships are very strong, really good, really strong. And these meetings are very good. And I think, you know, I don't believe there's any other president that allowed the press to come into a meeting such as this. These are very sacred meetings. These are very private meetings, but we have nothing to hide. And I think it's good. I think it's a good, we want to be, a word you like to use, Jeff, is transparent. So we want to be transparent, and we'll do that by starting with Pete. Go ahead, Pete.
Yes, Mr. President, we just got back from Panama last night. We were at the Panama Canal with their Southcom commander ships, F-18s, troops, and signed a couple of historic deals. One which is with the Panama Canal Authority, a framework for U.S. vessels, first and free through the Panama Canal. Right. And then also a memorandum of understanding with their security minister for the presence of U.S. troops. Fort Sherman is an old U.S. base there, as well as their naval station and air station, jointly with Panama to secure the Panama Canal from Chinese influence. That's something you said, we're taking back the canal. China said too much influence. Obama and others let them creep in. We, along with Panama, are pushing them out, sir. And so we had a very successful trip there. President Molino sends his regards, very complimentary of the U.S. He's a great ally, and I think they want the Communist Chinese out. And with our troops there partnering with their forces, we've got a chance to push them all the way out, sir.
We've moved a lot of troops to Panama and filled up some areas that we used to have, and we didn't have any longer, but we have them now. And I think it's in very good control, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Pete. Very good. Howard?
So, so we've have so many countries to talk to. It is, it's incredible. I think Scott and I'm not sure we could ever have enough time in the day to talk to all these countries because they want to talk and they want to talk now, and they come with offers that they never,
Jesus Christ,
ever would have come with, but for the moves that the president has made, demanding that people treat the United States with respect. We're getting the respect we deserve now, and I think you're going to see historic deals, one after the other. And then I'm very excited that within a week and a half, we're going to start with the gold card, and the Trump card is coming out, and we're very excited about that, and that's coming soon. So very excited.
Thank you very much. Good job. Linda?
Well, on a couple of fronts, we have been addressing the issue of anti-Semitism on campuses. There's been some grant funding and contract funding that we've reviewed, and some canceled and some we've put on hold, waiting for that, while we do an investigation. On the other side of
slip back under 5,200.
are in having education go back to the states. We're meeting and talking with governors. I was with this week all 50 commissioners of education around the country, and because we also want to provide them with tools and best practices as education does move back to the states. Making great progress, great response from the states, and very positive.
And what about colleges? You're holding back $400 million from Columbia.
From Columbia.
$8 billion from Harvard. Can you imagine the money we pay Harvard? They have a $60 billion fund and we're giving them $8 billion. And we're trying to figure that out. And then they hire de Blasio, the worst mayor in the history of New York. And they hire the woman from Chicago who was a disaster, total disaster. And they pay them massive salaries. And they're supposed to be teaching you government. That's not Harvard. That's not Harvard the way it used to be. So, do you have anything to say about that? The dollars you're holding back from quite a few universities that were not behaving.
Yeah, and the other, there's some Princeton, Cornell, others that are coming in, and actually getting calls now from the presidents of the universities who really do want to come in and sit down and have discussions. And so we're investigating them, but in the meantime, we're holding back the grant and the fund money.
Great job. Thank you.
Very thankful for the House voting for the President's budget resolution along with the Senate bill. Made a ton of progress this week in working with members to ensure that a desire for flexibility in the Senate was not misconstrued as a desire not to slow and do spending reforms. And so we're very thankful for that. And now we can get after writing that bill, getting the President as big a package of his agenda to his desk. So very good week.
Good. That's right. We just got the House vote, and now we're well on our way to getting, as we call it, the great big beautiful bill. It's a beauty. There's never been a bill like this one. We're trying to get it all into one beautiful bill. It's tax cuts, regulation cuts, and many other things. The border, a lot of money for the border. You're doing a fantastic job. So, but we just got a report.
SPX still under 5,200 here.
Were you surprised we got the vote? Got the vote. And we're happy to get the vote. So I think we're going to be in very good shape. Okay, please.
Mr. President, last year the Chinese received 1,700 orders for new ships. American shipyards received 5. Under your leadership, like so many other industries, we are going to revitalize and make shipbuilding and maritime great again with these blue-collar jobs. These are the cranes, the ports, opportunity zones, and drive that investment back in. And we have, under that executive order, and also one to streamline foreign military sales for people who want to buy our equipment, and of course acquisition reform, all just this week.
There's bot calls supporting us here, but nothing really to the upside of 5220.
Go to Congress for this, but we may buy some ships from other countries that.
There's some out of the money positioning building up at like 240, 60.
We don't really essentially build
300.
Which is ridiculous. It's going to be a very big business for us in the not too distant future. But in the meantime, we have.
But might start to get some profit taking on these calls.
Building ships, and we'll be dealing with those countries, and we may be ordering top of the line ships from those countries.
We bottomed out for the day. Not necessarily.
We'll probably have to go to Congress for that, but we're not going to have a problem. Susie, thank you very much for the job you've done. Go ahead, please.
I just want to make sure you know that this cabinet, I think, pretty uniquely collaborates and cooperates to accomplish all that you've asked them to do, and I think they deserve a lot of credit for that.
True. You're doing a great job. The chief of staff, doing a great job. Lee, go ahead.
Mr. President, the Biden EPA was strangulating the economy. The Trump EPA understands it's not a binary choice. We can protect the environment and grow the economy. Working with Doge and Elon Musk, we've now canceled $22 billion worth of grants. And we have launched what is the largest deregulatory action in the history of the country, just in one agency. That's how much of a mess the Biden EPA left us. It is going to end up reducing the cost of living. It's going to create jobs. It's going to make it easier to purchase a car. It will be easier to heat your home. We're proud of this effort. The effort that we have is fulfilling the mandate that you earned from the American public. Clean air, land, and water for all Americans, unleashing energy dominance, permitting reform, advancing cooperative federalism, making America the AI capital of the world, and bringing back American auto jobs. When you called me that day asking for me to take this position, I was honored. And you were very specific and clear in what you wanted us to accomplish. We understand our mission, and at the Trump EPA, we're going to make you proud.
Great job. You're doing a great job. And you have a lot of applications for approvals for power plants, which are going to really power the regular plants, and they're going to be right next to each other because we can't rely on our grid. It's old and it's tired, and it's, you know, very subject to being attacked, whether by rain or by bombs or by anything else. And we're letting people build their own power plants, and these are a lot of them being built with the AI and beyond the AI chips, and we're letting them build their own power, and never been done before, and we're going to get it done quickly and approved quickly. As part of a plant, they'll have a sort of be their own power company. And it's very exciting. They couldn't believe it when I told them that. I said, we're going to get you the approvals very fast as part of your regular plant. We're going to build electric producing plants, and it's very exciting. And they're able to do it very quickly and very well. And you made it possible. Thank you. You have a lot of applications for some of the biggest plants that have ever been built in the world. These are serious plants, aren't they? Huh?
Approved. Applications in. We are open for business. Working with Secretary Burgum, Secretary Wright, we are going to make you proud.
Sean?
First off, Mr. President, it's Brooke's birthday today, so she keeps getting younger, so happy birthday to Brooke.
Thank you.
I want to thank you as well for the shipbuilding at EO. Again, to build ships, we also need mariners to sail those ships. I was just up at Kings Point for the Merchant Marine Academy a couple days ago, and we have some of the greatest young men and women who are learning how to be mechanical engineers, to rebuild and fix the engines on those ships, but also how to sail ships. I would tell you that over the past decades, this academy has become, it needs some love. It's been a little bit dilapidated. We have to invest in sailors, and I appreciate you taking the initiative. To be a global power, we have to build ships and have sailors to sail those ships. These are the very people that help Pete should we come into points of crisis to support the military. So thank you for that. Number two,
a technical bounce off of the April low.
Big, beautiful roads and bridges. Most of them are good. But they announced that they didn't sign a grant agreement. 3,200. So the money doesn't
No tail auction
to build the infrastructure in the country. And it's
that's
fun
interesting.
To do an announcement. It's actually the harder work to put together these grant agreements. So we're doing the work right now at DOT to get these grant agreements done and build the projects. Most of them are good. And they also put in all of this green and social justice requirements on roads and bridges. We're pulling all that out and putting the money toward the infrastructure, not the social movement from the last administration.
Good steel, right, as opposed to green paper mache. Okay, thanks. Great job.
Sir, first, we are, I would say, more than friends. We've all become family, and I think that what you have assembled in your vision is a turning point and an inflection point in American history. And so just being a part of that is the greatest honor. So thank you for that. And again, just the relationships here and the honor and respect we have for each other is a reflection of you and your leadership. So I just wanted to say that first. The second thing I want to say is that on behalf of the farmers and ranchers, food security is national security. We have to be able to feed ourselves. And your idea of using tariffs along with deregulation and tax cuts, but your idea of using tariffs to ensure that we are putting forward and putting America first, no one understands that better than our farmers and our ranchers. But having said that, emerging from 4 years of Biden with a 30% increase in inputs for our farmers and ranchers, with an almost $50 billion trade deficit. When we left the first time, it was zero, meaning that they are hurting. So the period of uncertainty we're in, they know that your vision will move us into an age of prosperity
for all Americans, but for my people, for the farmers and ranchers, unlike any they have seen before. And I think they are really, really excited and so grateful for your leadership. But also, you have never failed to say that you have...
Is this what happens at cabinet meetings?
It was the first phone call that I had after I was voted with the Senate. And that message just resonates with an almost 85% support of you in the last election. They're with you.
It is now.
The biggest budget driver at the United
It's like a lot of ass kissing and not a lot of getting anything fucking done.
Food stamps. And so as we emerge and embark, Secretary...
No, this is propaganda. Yeah, I know.
Healthy again, a massive part of that is realigning and reworking our food stamp program so that it better serves those who need it. And yeah, to the point of getting the transgender, DEI, Green New Deal out of the USDA and realigning is really important. So
It's out of the
thank
military,
you.
right? Is it 100% out, would you say?
99.9, sir. I'm going to get that last point.
Get the
one out.
rest of it out.
But thank you, sir.
We've got a much different military, I will tell you. Thanks very much. Good job. And eggs are down.
Eggs are
Big,
down.
right?
Yes.
Big.
Yes, sir. Wholesale prices. Retail will come. Easter is the Super Bowl for eggs. So, you know, there may be a little fluctuation, but no, we feel really good about it. Thank you.
That's what I hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good. I'd echo what Howard said on the trade queue, that we've got over 75 countries that want to come in. So it'll be Treasury, Commerce, Jameson at USTR, and we're putting a process in place. And as you said, you're going to be part of the negotiations too, because you know, I've had these countries call me up and Secretary Bessem, we're happy you're going to be negotiating. Well, President Trump's going to be involved too. So bring your best deal on the budget. It's moving quickly in the House and the Senate thanks to your leadership. We're also going to have debt ceiling in there, so we're going to get an increase in the debt ceiling. So, and that will be the done and dusted for
Part of the bill that we just got to vote on.
yeah, part of the bill. It'll be done and dusted for 2 years. We won't have to worry about that. And then I gave a speech yesterday to 1,400 small and community bankers, and they were so happy to hear from your administration. And I told them Wall Street's done great for the past 4 years, 10 years, 20 years. It can continue doing great, but it's Main Street's turn now. And it's those small bankers through deregulation, through emphasis on Main Street, your Main Street agenda, bringing back jobs, that is going to power the smaller communities. And then finally, the bond auction went very well yesterday. We had a lot of foreigners show up as the support, showing that the U.S. is still the best place to invest. The inflation report, as you said, was quite good. And energy prices are down more than 20% since January 20th.
Amazing.
That's great. Good numbers.
Great numbers.
Thank you. Pam?
President, we've had some great wins in the last few days. That you were overwhelmingly elected by the biggest majority. The U.S. Americans want you to be president because of your agenda. And the courts are ruling that you have the authority to determine how the money of this country will be spent. That's what the American citizens wanted, and that's what they're getting. An example of that Friday was the Department of Education, that you can determine how the money will be spent. No more DEI. And that impacts every agency across the board. On the civil side again, NLRB.
Americans don't want Congress.
Supreme Court there.
Congress hates this one weird trick.
But also 16,000 workers there. But also on the criminal side, the Alien Enemies Act. We are winning there. And your directive to me was to keep America safe, and that's what we're doing. Whether it's the alien enemies, all of these gangs, and they are enemies of our country. They are terrorists, they are organized crime, they have come here, they are extremely organized, they are spread throughout our country, and they are creating terror. And no more under your directive. And that has stopped. Yesterday in South Florida, we charged 11 defendants with $500 million of pure cocaine coming into our country to kill our kids. They were caught. They will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. These gang members are going back to where they came, or they're going to an El Salvador prison at your directive. And, you know, you also gave us a directive to prosecute the people who are going after Tesla to the fullest extent of the law, some of the greatest police work I've seen. We've made 4 arrests. There will be no negotiations at your directive. They're all looking at 20 years in prison, and within the next 24 hours, you're going to be seeing another huge arrest on a Tesla dealership, President. And that person will be looking at least 20 years in prison with no negotiations.
That's great. That's great. That will stop it cold.
Domestic terrorism.
Thanks. Doing a great job, too. Thank you very much. Lori, please.
Mr. President, accountability matters. That's what we're recognizing. With our partners at the Department of Labor for Government Efficiency, just a few weeks ago, we realized there's about $4.4 billion in COVID funds that were not used, that the state coffers were just holding on to. Out of that, we've returned $1.4 billion back to the state treasury, so essentially to the American people, and we'll go back and claw the rest of those billions of dollars back. And on the heels of that, late last night, we're understanding unemployment insurance fraud. That trust needs to be whole for the American people. When we need it for who deserves it. That's not what we're seeing in the numbers that we saw last night, again, exposed by our partners at DOJ at the Department of Labor. Since 2020, over $400 million of payments have gone out already. And when you hear these numbers, apparently in the United States, we have over almost 25,000 people who are over 115 years old who are collecting $59 million that we have sent out to people. Talk about fraudulent behavior. Mr. President, 28,000 people between 1 and 5 years old have collected fraudulent payments at the tune of $254 million has gone out. And lastly, 10,000 people who have not been born yet, 15 years into the future, $69 million, and they haven't even been born yet. In one case, they will be born 129 years from now. The United States government sent them $41,000, and they're not born yet. So, under the Department of Labor, those are the things that we're uncovering. I couldn't be more honored to tell the American people that we're bringing back their dollars and we're saving them and returning them to the United States Treasury. Also, jobs numbers. Last Friday, 228,000 new jobs were reported. That is good for the American people. That is my primary job, is to grow that workforce under your leadership. So we've kicked off the America at Work tour, and we'll be visiting all 50 states.
Doesn't look like the market's buying any of it.
To do just that. So thank you, Mr. President. We're going to grow this economy. We're going to keep our focus on the American worker.
So you're finding tremendous fraud, though. Those numbers are really bad when you
unheard of.
Over 115 years old. And I think you had mentioned the oldest person in our country is 114 years old.
Reported.
That's pretty good.
A woman living in Pennsylvania, but apparently there's 24,000 more of them that are 115 or older. That we're
I hope you hear that. So we have 24,000 older than the oldest person.
Definitely did.
That's, and what are we doing about that? How do we get that money back?
Yeah, so we're working with our IGs to do that further investigation. The House and Senate, we had a 5-year statute of limitations. We've got an extension on that, another 5 years. And so the goal, in my opinion, we should never have a statute of limitations to return the American dollars back to the Treasury when there's fraud. But at this point, we will continue to work hard and double down and return those dollars to the Treasury.
Great. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Great job. Yes, Steve?
Well, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership at the border. For the second month in a row, you have broken the record in the history of the nation for the lowest number of encounters at the border, which is absolutely remarkable. You have said that America's laws matter and that they'll be enforced, and we're hard at work now to get people to go back home that are here illegally. So the Alien Registration Act has been in place long enough now that those individuals that are here illegally, if they haven't registered, then they can be charged criminally, and they can face fines up to $1,000 a day and face deportation if they don't go home, and they'll never get the chance to come back to America. So we're encouraging people to use the CBP Home app to register, and we're working on the resources and funding to buy them a plane ticket to send them home. I went to El Salvador, Colombia, and Mexico, and those countries and others are thinking about setting up programs to support these individuals when they get back to their countries. So when they get there, they'll have housing and food assistance and So making sure that these folks have the opportunity to go home so that they can get the chance to come back to America is important. And
So it's a very big self-deport operation that we're starting.
thousands of people have already
Yeah.
self-deported. Well, we're just going to, when you had 21 million people that need to go home because they're here breaking our laws, then we need to facilitate that. And I've been working with the governors a lot lately on several different issues. One of them has been on FEMA for recommendations on how to do exactly what you've directed us to do. And then also I sent a letter and communicated with them that they need to be setting up a SCIF. Some of our governors don't have secure facilities to have national security issues. I think one of the jobs Homeland Security has is to give communication down to states, to local cities and communities. And so recommending they get a SCIF, they have secure comms with them at all times or nearby so that they can have national security conversations, and then to have somebody in their office designated that is their communications person. A lot of them have emergency management officers, but they don't necessarily have somebody designated when it comes to a national security issue that we may need to communicate with them on. And I think American people need to know that Real ID will be required to travel on May 7th. So those governors have been notified to communicate that at home. We don't want anybody to get delayed and not be able to travel when they get to an airport. And this will also help us bring integrity back to all of our IDs and how they're used for issuing driver's licenses. And governors know how I feel about making sure their driver's licensing system has integrity, because a lot of people use their driver's license to vote. And the backbone of our country and the foundation is election integrity. So we're giving all those directions to our governors and communicating that so they can lead on it as well.
And we're going to work with people so that if they go out in a nice way and go back to their country, we're going to work with them right from the beginning on trying to get them back in legally. Is that right?
A chance to come back.
So it gives you real incentive. Otherwise, they never come back. They'll never be allowed once a certain period of time goes by, which is probably going to be 60 days. We're also going to work with farmers that if they have strong recommendations for their farms for certain people, we're going to let them stay in for a while and work with the farmers and then come back and go through a process, a legal process. But we have to take care of our farmers and hotels and various places where where they need the people. And we're going to be working with you very carefully on that. So a farmer will come in with a letter concerning certain people saying they're great, they're working hard. We're going to slow it down a little bit for them. And then we're going to ultimately bring them back. They'll go out, they're going to come back as legal workers. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Which I think will be I think it's very important to do. Okay, thank you very much. Great job. Jameson, I watched you testify for the last couple of days. You're on every night at 3 o'clock in the morning. And you did great. You were fantastic. Thank you very much.
It's just what I like to do for fun, sir. You've been keeping us very busy. Last week, you started a reordering of international trade, something that hasn't happened for 80 years, something that should have happened decades ago. And you know that. You've known that for a long time. That's why you have us all working on this. You came into an emergency situation where President Biden left us with a $1.2 trillion trade deficit. It's the largest of any country in human history, the largest. So you declared an emergency, you took action.
You would say the largest in history, right?
In history.
There's never been anything like what he left us. He left us a mess. His whole administration was a mess. So go ahead.
So you declared an emergency, you imposed a trade action, so now you have a tariff on the world, it promotes U.S. manufacturing, it protects U.S. workers, and you've also given room for negotiation during this time so we can open export markets for our farmers and other producers and American workers. And this is why the unions vote for you, this is why the workers vote for you, this is why the families want you to be the president, because you're standing up for American workers and American communities. We've had countries come in over the past couple of weeks that represent more than half of global domestic GDP, more than half. That's who's coming in to talk to you and to your advisors about how to have reciprocal trade, how to have fair trade. Would have happened without you.
Thank you very much. Great job. Lovely lot.
Well, thanks to your fantastic leadership, this amazing cabinet, and the very talented Doge team, I'm excited to announce that we anticipate savings in FY26 from reduction of waste and fraud by $150 billion. And I mean, and some of it is just absurd, like people getting unemployment insurance who haven't been born yet. I mean, I think anyone can appreciate whether, I mean, come on, that's just crazy. So, you know, some of these things, people ask me like, well, how are you going to find waste and fraud in the government? I'm like, well, actually just go in any direction. That's how you find it. It's very common. it's, as the military would say, target-rich environment. So I think we're doing a lot of good in excellent collaboration with the cabinet to achieve these savings, and it will actually result in better services for the American people, and that we're going to be spending their tax dollars in a way that is sensible and fair and good.
And your people are fantastic. In fact, hopefully they'll stay around for the long haul. We'd like to keep as many as we can. They're great, smart, sharp, right? Finding things that nobody would have thought of. Very computer savvy.
Yes. We're working with hard to get the Trump Gold Card operational, hopefully in the next week or so.
That'll be very exciting. It's
really exciting.
That's a pathway to citizenship into the United States.
It's a big deal.
Yep, it's a big deal. Thank you very much. Great job you're doing.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to your leadership and setting the mandate of transparency and accountability across the U.S. government. I'm bringing that transparency and accountability to the intelligence community, first and foremost, to make sure that you and your cabinet have that real-time, relevant, apolitical, objective intelligence to best inform whether it's negotiations for peace, negotiations around tariffs, the great work that you are leading around the cabinet today. Secondly, working with Department of Homeland Security and the FBI to increase our information sharing to achieve your goal of countering the narcotic trafficking and
guitar stuff. Thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys.
I met with the National Sheriff's Association this week, being able to work to make sure that
5150 is the next
local law
support.
enforcement is getting on the ground.
If we slip this, retest the low or new low.
And that we have all of the federal agencies,
We still didn't test
state and
5100.
local law enforcement all on the same page as we are working to make our
VIX is a little
safer.
calmer on this downside
And lastly,
move.
sir, as you know, declassification and rooting out weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community is a huge priority. You know more than anyone else the very dangerous and negative consequences of that. I've got a long list of things that we're investigating. We have the best of the best going after this. Election integrity being one of them. We have evidence of how these electronic voting systems have been vulnerable to hackers for a very long time and vulnerable to exploitation to manipulate the results of the votes being cast, which further drives forward your mandate to bring about paper ballots across the country so that voters can have faith in the integrity of our elections. And lastly, we've been scanning. I've had over 100 people working around the clock to scan the paper around RFK, Senator Robert F. Kennedy's assassination, as well as Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination. These have been sitting in boxes in storage for decades. They have never been scanned or seen before. We'll have those ready to release here within the next few days.
That's great. Bobby, how do you feel about that? That's hitting,
I'm very
that's
gratified
hitting
to do.
That's hitting close to home, isn't it?
Yeah,
huh?
no
When you
kidding.
think, I'm thinking about Bobby when that statement's made.
I'm very grateful to you, Mr. President.
Good. And you'll let Bobby see some of this because, you know, it's very personal stuff. But it's time.
I've asked him, and his response is, put it out. The world needs to know the truth.
And his uncle that's been out, and anything that hasn't been out, they can go to your offices and see, right?
Everything that we have within our possession, it's either online or it's physically at the National Archives and Records Agency. We also have hunters going out, Mr. President, and looking in the storage lockers at FBI and CIA and other agencies, specifically to find if there is anything else that has not been reported. We're actively going out and trying to search out the truth.
Okay. Yeah, we want to get it all out.
Yes.
100% good. Thank you very much. Good job, Dennis.
Mr. President, on behalf of America's manufacturers, I want to thank you for standing up to the Chinese Communist Party and fighting for our main streets, for our workers, and for those that make things in America. I'm out on a Made in America manufacturing tour, and as I go across the country, people are grateful to have a president who's not just fighting on the tariffs fronts, but to get inflation down, to create jobs. After Biden destroyed 110,000 manufacturing jobs in just his last year, you've already brought back thousands and thousands of manufacturing jobs. So the American worker is grateful. Main Street is grateful for you. And at the agency level, we're making sure that manufacturers have access to the capital they need, but we can't do that if we're not fighting fraud. So we've modified our loan applications to have citizenship verification, to make sure we have birth dates, common sense principles around lending that the Biden administration had waived. They waived $450 million of fees in 1 year. We're restoring that for the American taxpayer. And the American taxpayer, as tax day approaches, April 15th, they need to know that this cabinet, this administration, and thank you Elon Musk and Doge for fighting for the American taxpayer to make sure that their hard-earned dollars are well spent, that they have a return on investment for this country, and that we're fighting for them just as you are every single day. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, we are working at HHS to advance your agenda to make America healthy again. I'm working with Lee Zeldin to reassess the fluoride rules based upon the August release by the National Toxicity Program of new science
Jesus
that shows
Christ.
a direct inverse correlation between exposure to fluoride and IQ loss, particularly in children. Lee and I were in Utah this week, to announce that Utah became the first state in the country to ban supplemental fluoride. I'm working with Brooke on and governors now in 24 states who are advancing MAHA legislation to get soda pops off of the food stamp program, off the SNAP program. We've launched Operation Stork Speed to get the bad chemicals out of baby formula. We're working with governors across the country to get good food into the school lunch programs and to get rid of food chemical dyes and other bad chemicals that are in our food. We've shown now that this directly affects academic performance, violence in the schools, and mental health, as well as physical health. We are working with governors across the country to get cell-to-cell or bell-to-bell legislation to restrict the use of cell phones in schools, which again dramatically impacts academic performance. Today we announced a dramatic reduction in animal testing at NIH and FDA. We're going to switch over to AI, which we've now found is much more precise in identifying the impacts of toxics in various products. We're working with Elon, who's done an incredible job to eliminate the redundancies and to streamline operations at all the health agencies and to recalibrate our trajectory to your agenda of making America healthy again. And finally, the CDC has done an amazing job at getting the measles outbreak under control. We have about 680 cases now in 22 states, compared to the same outbreak in Europe, which is 127,000 cases and 37 deaths. Our numbers in this country have now plateaued. And I want to thank CDC for that.
This is just fucking
and we're trying
crazy
to refocus the press. We've had 3 measles deaths in this country over 20 years. And we're trying to refocus the press to get them to pay attention to the chronic disease epidemic as you've asked us to. We have now 38% of American youth are pre-diabetic. This was unknown 30 years ago. Every child that becomes diabetic, there should be a headline about them. We have 100 million adults who are pre-diabetic or diabetic. And we have, we have now, the autism rates have gone from now most recent numbers we think are going to be about 1 in 31, 1 in 20, so they're going up again. from 1 in 10,000 when I was a kid. And we are going, at your direction, we are going to know by September. We've launched a massive testing and research effort that's going to involve hundreds of scientists from around the world. By September, we will know what has caused the autism epidemic, and we'll be...
It's an epidemic. They changed the way they fucking diagnosed
Think
it.
of that. So it was 1 in 10,000 children had autism.
Stupid.
And now it's 1 in
The
31.
brainworm is talking.
Not 31,000.
Did you just equate better detection with an epidemic? Yes.
That's a horrible statistic, isn't it? And there's got to be something artificial out there that's doing this. So you think you're going to have a pretty good idea, huh?
We will know by September.
There will be no bigger news conference than that. So that's it. If
I
you
would
can
argue that
come up
Tylenol
with
is
that
more
answer,
fucking dangerous
where
than half the
you stop
vaccines
taking
that we
something,
take.
You stop eating something, or maybe it's a shot, but something's...
At least we
causing
know
it.
it causes
can't
liver
be- it can't
disease.
be, from 10,000 to... Can you imagine that, Marco? That's a big number. Thank you very much. You're doing great. Thank you, Bobby. Please.
Well, Mr. President, one of your primary
As a parent of 2 autistic children,
goals is to make sure that we
I'm livid.
unleash American
Yeah.
energy, and of course the strategy behind that is when we do
Imagine
that,
choosing,
it helps make a
even
more
if
affordable for all
vaccines
Americans.
caused
Energy isn't
fucking
just, energy
autism,
is the
which is
foundation of every
beyond
other industry, whether
retarded,
it's
but
food,
even if they
manufacturing,
did,
clothing, transportation.
would you rather have a
Also,
dead
we've got
kid
the
or an
ability to
autistic
generate-
one?
Not just be energy independent, but energy dominant, then we have the opportunity to sell energy to our friends and allies versus them buy it from our
ibuprofen
adversaries.
can
And our
cause like
adversaries
internal
were
bleeding,
funding,
and it doesn't
terrorism
burn a hole in
and
your stomach.
conflicts,
How much are you gonna
against,
take?
Our allies by their oil and gas sales that we're going through.
If you drink enough
a
water,
Swiss
you'll
cheese
die,
set of
too.
sanctions. So with your creation of the National Energy Dominance Council, over half the people at this table serve on that. Everyone
You wanna
has
make
been
polio
engaged,
great again?
whether it's interactions with negotiations with other countries, with putting
Jesus
sanctions
Christ.
in place that actually work, with cutting deregulation.
A lot of people are
working
allergic to
on
aspirin.
Biofuels, building infrastructure for transportation. There's a whole range of things that are being tackled. But when in the outcome of all that is that the Biden administration was restricting supply, you're increasing supply. When you increase supply, then prices start to come down. And we have a huge opportunity to do this.
Is that where you use
Just
a
in
jug of
interior
water?
alone,
Yeah, I'm
there's
trying to end
500
myself.
million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface, and 2.5
So I don't have to listen to
billion
these
acres of
fucking
offshore.
morons
The Biden
jerk each other
administration
off all
was trying to
day.
restrict this so that you couldn't get a timber lease, you couldn't cut a tree, you couldn't graze a cow, you couldn't develop oil and gas minerals, and you couldn't develop the critical minerals we need for our technology, for our defense industries, and to be able to help us win the AI arms race against China. So we're opening up this, and with your executive orders and your work, we've on Tuesday, historic day, you ended the war on beautiful clean coal, which has been going on since
No,
Obama
it's a
took
fucking
office.
official government
China gets
briefing. It doesn't
60%
give
of
me
their
a
electricity
copyright
from
strike.
coal.
I
They're
can't turn them
opening
off
up
because the
a,
stupid shit they say
opened up
impacts the
94
market.
gigawatts of coal in the last year as part of this AI arms race. 94 gigawatts, that's enough for 94 Denvers to be able to, 1 gigawatt per metro area like that. It's unheard of. So what we have an opportunity under your leadership to come back. The Gulf of America had its first offshore lease sale, which is scheduled for later this year, but that was, the industry loved that because we're now, the Gulf of America is now open for business again. And there's
back to
as much as
47.
7 billion barrels of oil accessible now. They've increased the upside of what they think that is. On the coal front, the estimate is the financial value of the coal in America is $8 trillion. That was an asset on the balance sheet that we've now being put back on again. And of course, in Alaska, with your separate executive orders.
Yeah, some days I'm in the mood to poke fun at it. Some days the satire writes itself way too well.
Reserve Alaska. All of those, we've reversed Biden decision. Those are all open for business again. And all of this is leading to the investment coming to America. The smart money is coming to the U.S. That's why we've got trillions of dollars of investment that are showing up at the door because they know if they're going to do
How
manufacturing.
much BTU does Trump own to mandate his cabinet to refer to coal as beautiful, clean coal? I want to say a number greater than 0.
Well, Mr. President, one of the most important things I believe
you'll achieve in your presidency is reordering the world in a proper way. For 31 years, more than 31 years now, multiple administrations have allowed the Chinese to deindustrialize this country, to take away jobs and factories and the pillars of our national strength. And what you're doing now, I think, is a great service to our country, but ultimately to the world. And I want to congratulate you and your team that's working on that, because it has extraordinary geopolitical implications, as you see, from all these other countries that are now coming here and wanting to join something that actually makes it's crazy to allow these. I mean, basically, we lived in a world where Chinese companies can do whatever they want in America, but our companies cannot do anything over there unless they allow it, and even then they steal our stuff and reverse engineer it.
Whoa.
So just reordering all of that has dramatic implications on peace and security of the world. So we thank you. An important meeting, thanks to you, is going to happen on Saturday for the first
Are the
time.
Bulls ever going to
There'll be
let
direct
go?
talks between Ambassador Woodcoff and a top-level leader in Iran.
You know, the fucking NQ's still down 5% today, right? I feel like the Bulls let go a few $100 ago.
And we're hopeful about that. I would also say that we are receiving, and I think the Department of Homeland Security can confirm this, historic cooperation from countries all over the world. Number one, in taking back their citizens. Every country in the world has to take back people that are illegally in another country. And we have countries that refuse to do it or will kind of ignore our calls. All of them are doing it. The ones that are not are paying a price. And we've also found cooperation in other countries that are willing to take some of these people, some very dangerous criminals. I know the president of El Salvador will be here next week, has really been a good friend of the United States in that regard. These are some of the worst people you'll ever encounter.
Another trading note unrelated to this poor excuse or theater is the past week not constituted crazy 2+ sigma moves you've talked about for months. Yes.
Again, it's under your leadership, it's actually under your executive order.
This is what
You come to
market
this
crashes
country as a
feel
student.
like.
We expect you to go to class and study and get a degree. If you come here to like vandalize a library, take over a campus, and do all kinds of crazy things, you know, we're going to get rid of these people. And we're going to continue to do it. So when we identify lunatics like these, we take away their student visa. No one's entitled to a student visa. The press covers student visas like there's some sort of birthright. No, a student visa is like me inviting you into my home. If you come into my home and put all kinds of crap on my couch, I'm going to kick you out of my house. And so, you know, that's what we're doing with our country, thanks to the president. And last but not least, very important development this week, but both Pam and I were very excited. The finest higher education.
Some people only
institution in the
care
United
about
States,
power.
University of
They'll
Florida,
say
is
anything
also
to get it.
now the national champions in basketball, and we hope you'll host them here soon, Mr. President. Go Gators.
They're coming. They're coming.
Good for the SEC.
They're coming, guys.
Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much. You're really doing a great job. We appreciate it. Any question?
Mr. President, can you give us a reaction to today's stock market drop, and also give us a sense of the next steps with China?
Well, I haven't seen it because I've been here for 2.5 hours, so I'll be seeing it. I think Scott went out. Scott, you want to have a statement on that?
Sure. Look, the up 2, down 1 is not a bad ratio, or up 10, down 5.
This isn't a crash. Pullback from yesterday's pump. Call me crazy, but I'm long. We'll see.
With these countries who are going to bring us their best offers, we will end up in a place of great certainty over the next 90 days on tariffs. But we had very good inflation numbers today. Oil's down. We had a successful bond market, so I don't see anything unusual today.
And next steps for China, sir?
Well, we'll see what happens with China. We would love to be able to work a deal. They've really taken advantage of our country for a long period of time. They've ripped us off beyond nobody, how people stood for it, sitting in
Just grinding
that
up.
position
We're
is not
fucking
even
down.
Believable. And we're talking about many presidents.
Like
not just,
$230.
but they did, and all we're doing is putting it back in shape. We're resetting the table, and I'm sure that we'll be able to get along very well. I have great respect for President Xi. He's been, in a true sense, he's been a friend of mine for a long period of time, and I think that we'll end up working out something that's very good for both countries. I look forward to it.
Mr. President, China retaliated today by reducing the number of American films that can be shown
Cabinet
there.
member
What's your
underscore
reaction
underscore
to them
underscore
now
underscore
targeting
underscore pathetical in my
I think I've heard of worse things. Yes, please.
Also on China, Ukrainians say they have evidence that Chinese soldiers being found fighting for the Russians in Ukraine. Can the US verify this? And if so, what does the US plan on doing to China to about that?
We'll look into it, but I think beyond that, we're really looking to get that war stopped. They're losing 2,500 and even more than that young people a week. They're Russian and they're Ukrainian. They're not American, but they're people. And we're seeing if we can get it stopped. And I think we're making progress. I appreciate the ballerina who was released. It was at the request of a very good friend of all of ours, actually. Dana White called me and he said it's the friend or the relationship of one of the fighters for UFC or one of the fighters. And Dana's an incredible guy, and we spoke to President Putin about it, and they made a deal. They released the young ballerina, and she is now out, and that was good, so we appreciate that. We hope that we're going to be able to make a deal relatively soon with Russia and Ukraine to stop the fighting. It's so senseless. It's such a horrible thing. It would have never happened if I were president, but it did happen, and we were given that card. And I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to get it stopped. Got to get going. We got to get it. We have to move it faster. Likewise with the hostages, we're making progress. We, there's 59 hostages, but only 24 of them are living, and that's the way it's been presented to me by the mothers of some of the dead, mothers and fathers of some of the dead hostages, and they want the bodies of their baby, as they say, their baby, their young boys. They want
Lower
them back
high.
as much as if they were alive. It's amazing because when I met the hostages 2 weeks ago here, I couldn't believe what they had to go through, by the way. But when I met them, they said, yeah, there's 59, but 24 are living. And they actually consider, I guess if you're a parent, you do consider it this way, that the remainder who are dead, the 24 that are alive, the remainder that are dead, they want them back just as much as they would want them back if they were alive. It's really pretty amazing and pretty sad. So we're getting close to getting them back. We have a lot came back. A lot of people are very grateful. Some came back in pretty bad shape. Some came back, they're okay. I think they're going to be scarred mentally for a long time. Because if you
Do you think the Ukraine war and Israel situation is the same thing? He's talking about Russian soldiers dying.
We're dealing with Israel. We're dealing with Hamas, and it's a nasty group.
Mr. President, how close are you to the first country?
He's very worried about all the dead Russians.
Well, I think it's very close, but we have to have a deal that we like. We don't want a deal that's going to be a bad deal, or I could make every deal in one day if I wanted to. I could do this all in one day. I could just say, here's what we'll do. And I was saying to the people before, to Scott, mostly to Scott and Howard, and some of the other people that work with us on the negotiations. We have a lot of law firms that have paid me a lot of money in the form of legal fees. We're going to probably use those firms to, if we can, I think we can. I'll make a contribution to the country, but they're great firms. They're the best firms, the biggest, and really the most prestigious. And we may be using them to help you guys out because you're going to need a lot of lawyers. And I'm not sure Pam's going to be happy if I say, can you send over about 200 lawyers that work on trade? She's working on criminal stuff, and I think that's going to be her focus more than anything else. So we'll find out if we can do that. But we have a lot of lawyers that you've been reading about where they paid $100 million a firm on average. Now we have the final 4 or 5 are at $125 million. So I have a lot of legal fees I could give to you people. And we might as well use them. Hopefully I won't need that many legal fees or that much. I may. Who knows? After it ends, after we leave, maybe I'll need it, but if I do, it's not going to be very pleasant. So I think we're going to try to use these very prestigious firms to help us out with the trade, because we have a lot of countries, but we want to make deals that are proper for the United States. Not just we can make deals easily; we want to make them proper.
Mr. President, if you aren't able to reach the deals that you want to see at the end of the 90 days, will you put those higher tariffs?
Is he okay?
Well,
the only way he stops talking is if a reporter interrupts him.
want to make, or we have to make, or that's good for both parties. It's got to be good for both parties.
You wouldn't.
And then we go back to where we were.
Go back to the numbers that you announced last week.
I think so.
You wouldn't extend the pause.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens at that time.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said yesterday you were considering some exceptions for companies. Can you talk about what you're considering? And then also on the reciprocal tariffs, you said it'd be substantially lower. Is the same math formula going to be used, or is that tossed out?
I'm not considering now for any country or company, but it's possible that I would. But I'm not. We don't have that situation right now. People understand where we are, what we're going to do. But it could happen. It's called flexibility. You have to have certain flexibility.
What are you planning on using the money that you're gaining from revenue through the tariffs on?
Paying down national debt, reducing taxes, creating good budgets, helping Christie with the border and all of the other things. I built hundreds of miles of wall, as people now understand, 571 miles of border wall in the first administration. But we're going to beef it up, and we're going to add more. And the numbers are incredible. Really, the numbers are what's taken place. We had great numbers.
Is Trump
but
going to
these numbers are
continue?
topping my last administration.
Could.
And Christie and Tom.
It's not a lot of
Homan have done an amazing
resistance.
job.
A bit at 55.
It's an expensive process. This
52.80.
weekend, where they used to have
See if we
hundreds
get
of thousands
rejected
of
off the
people
gamma
standing
flip
there
again.
going through the border
If we do,
into
it'll be
one
at a
of
lower
Mexico.
high.
This weekend they had nobody. You had a man sweeping this massive piece of concrete, which is, the area where they said massive. And I've looked at that during the Biden administration. You couldn't see a piece of that concrete. There were so many people on it. You couldn't,
The market likes
had
concrete.
helicopter shots, you couldn't see concrete. Now, this
Yes,
weekend, you had
moving to
nobody there
retest
but a man with a broom
5300.
sweeping it and cleaning it up. Pretty amazing. It's really an amazing job. But it will be used for that. It'll be used for a lot of things. It'll be used by the Department of Justice for doing a great job. Pam is doing a fantastic job. So it's going to be used for a lot of different things.
Mr. President, on the 10% tariff, is that a basement? Is that the
It's a
floor?
baseline.
Can countries negotiate that to bring that
It depends
down?
on what they're adding. Some countries we have massive deficits with, or they have big surpluses with us. And others, it's not that way. So it depends. That's why it's
Slightly
really
higher
all-
high
they're all
on a
different.
yes.
Every country is different. Some have
5303.
certain advantages that others don't have, and certain things. We have some. China has a surplus of $1 trillion. I mean, the numbers are crazy, and others have basically no surpluses. We have some that are pretty even, but they hurt us in other ways. One is a little bit different.
So are you negotiating with the EU as one bloc or individual nations?
Yeah, he's got like a
We're
mono
looking at it as one
audio
block.
feed. Everyone
They've
else
been very
seems to
tough,
have
but they were very smart.
like
They were
2
ready to
channels, but
announce retaliation, and then they heard about what we did with respect to China and others, but China, and they said, we're going to hold back a little bit. They decided to hold back. I thought they were very smart. Look, the EU is very smart, but they really have taken advantage of the United States. They were formed for the purpose of taking advantage of the United States. And I don't blame them, and I don't blame China. I don't blame anybody. I blame the people that were sitting at that desk in that other beautiful Oval Office for allowing it to happen. Many presidents I blame. They should have never allowed it to happen. And I'm doing something that a lot of them wouldn't want to do. But
it's very
I'm here,
salty.
I do those things, and we're going to make this country great again. We were taken advantage of by almost everybody. I sat back in the last administration. I would actually read them. I don't have to read them now. I know them so well. I would read some of these documents that were signed, deals, and I said, who would do a deal like this? Who would do it? You've seen it, Elon.
Yeah.
I'd look at deals where it's so one-sided. Even we have a deal with Japan, and we get along great with Japan, and we had the Prime Minister here. He was fantastic. As you know, Abe was great. Shinzo was great. He was a good friend of mine, unfortunately no longer with us. But we defend them, but they don't have to defend us. I said, that doesn't sound too good. But we have a deal where, a defense deal. We pay hundreds of billions of dollars to defend them. But if for any reason, in other words, we pay all the money. They don't pay anything. But if we're ever attacked, they don't have to do a thing to protect us. I said, oh, that sounds like a wonderful deal. So that's just one out of thousands. And I just wonder who did this. And it's people that either hate our country or didn't care, an expression that you use. I think it's really a lot of them didn't care. It's just hard to believe how bad they are. Now that's a little bit of a defensive deal, but I'm talking about trade deals, the same thing. They're so bad, you would say, how come? And even when I'd renegotiate, like I'd go to a country, they'd give me everything I asked for. I said, why didn't somebody ask for it like originally? They give me everything. I think when they were negotiating, they didn't care, or they didn't ask, or they were shy, or they were very stupid, or
what the fuck?
They hate our country. Yeah, go ahead.
This is smart card just covered in minions.
What your vision is for U.S. Steel? You referenced it yesterday.
Yeah.
There's some questions about what you actually want.
Sure.
To see
Look, U.S. Steel is going to do very well now because of tariffs, and I don't know why they even need a deal. But the only thing is, U.S. Steel, if you go back 80 or 90 years, that was a behemoth in this. That was our biggest, most. If we were around, we would have been very proud of it. Today we have different types of companies that are big. Google, it's not the same as U.S. Steel. And I love Google, and I got to like the people that run it. They're very capable people. They didn't like me so much in the first administration, but they like me a lot now. I don't know what happened, but I like them. But, you know, I think they would be the first to admit, when I envisioned, you look at some of those steel factories from 90 years ago, it was a different kind of a country, but they were miles long. Today you see just empty hulks. Those hulks are going to be filled up very soon because of what I'm doing with tariffs. It was a different kind of a thing. But if I didn't do that in the first term, my first term, if I didn't put tariffs on, we would have, because China and others were dumping steel, billions of dollars of steel. Our steel companies were all closing. Every fact, we wouldn't have one steel plant open, and now we have a steel industry that's doing very well. But soon it's going to be thriving, really thriving, and those factories are going to be filled up. But more importantly, they're going to build brand new ones. Nucor and so many other companies call me. Nucor being a big steel company, they're building massive new steel plants, and it's great. And likewise, car companies. We have many, many car companies. 3 of them. I'm not looking to hurt Mexico, and I like Mexico. And by the way, I think the new president is a terrific person, a fantastic woman. We've had many conversations. She's a very elegant, just a fantastic person, and she's been very nice, very, very nice. But I'm not looking to hurt them. But we have 3 car plants that were under construction in Mexico. They stopped constructing, and
you remember the pink line, Rocket Time? Yeah.
Tariffs.
Yeah.
See, we should have never.
Well, we have to get over it.
Whoever it was that was president at the time, we lost.
Probably need to get over
90,000 plants and factories since.
To be honest, because
NAFTA.
Just above it, there's not a lot of delta going in the money.
How about that?
But above 5,300, there is.
World of factories and plants.
Manufacturing, construction jobs, bringing those workers back home.
That's right. We're going to bring them all back. But think of it, from that period of time, which isn't so long ago, we lost. I said the other day, if you had a map on a big wall like this, and if you had pins, 90,000, I don't know if you'd have enough. I don't think you'd have enough room on the map to put the pins. 90,000 factories that we've lost since NAFTA. And it's not even, and about 6 million jobs, really. I think probably a lot more than that, but they say 6 million jobs.
No, I mean you still have the puts at 53.10 that we'd have to get above.
We're going to be better and stronger than ever before. But
it's definitely not. It's definitely not guaranteed by any means.
They were leaving, said, "Look, you can leave, but if you're going to build a factory someplace else, and you think you're going to come and sell your steel or your car or any product that you make, your pharmaceuticals, which we're going to do, we're going to get them all back." But if you think you're going to just, all they had to do is say this, and they wouldn't have left. You know, I said it, the other day. I said it with respect to, I made a speech a year ago, and I told them if I win, we're going to charge a big, big tariff at the border. And people were thinking about building in Mexico a car plant. And I said, we're going to have a big tariff. So if you want to build a car, you're going to have to pay 25% more than the cost of that car. You're going to have to pay 25% tariff at the border. They would have never left. They could have kept everybody. If a president said, if you leave this country, you leave Michigan, you leave Detroit, you leave anybody, any of our states, because to me they're all the same. I love them all. I love them all, and I probably won them all, but they say I won most of them, but I think I won them all, but that's okay. But all you had to say if you were the president is, if you leave and you think you're going to now fire all those workers, leave all that, everything behind, and you're going to build in another country and sell it any, and no, you're not going to. You're going to pay 50% or 100% tariff. They would have never left. And all you had to say, Marco, all you had to say very simply is, you don't have to write it down. All you have to do is say it verbally. If you leave, you're going to pay 100% tariff. Therefore, don't leave. They would have never left. But they left 90,000 plants. I mean, it's hard to believe that many. It's not, you can't envision it. So just getting back to your, because I'm the great weaver of all time. To weave, you have to be a genius. To go on tangents, anybody can do that. But we'll get back to your original U.S. Steel. U.S. Steel is a big name in this country. It's Babe Ruth is a big name. We have a lot of big names, but not too many. U.S. Steel is one of the great names in the history of our country. And normally I wouldn't mind so much. I wouldn't be thrilled with it. But to buy for a foreign country, and we love Japan, but for a foreign country to buy that cherished U.S. Steel brand, that's hard for me to do. Maybe somebody else may want it. The company Nippon that's involved with it is a big, powerful company who do a good job. But why can't they just build a plant themselves? I mean, why do they have to, take U.S. Steel? So as you know, I rejected the deal. Now they've come back in a different form. They're coming back as an investor. And, I feel better about that.
Next upside resistance is at 80.
Well. I know the thinking. It's the investor. They'll invest, and somebody else maybe is sitting in this chair, and they will no longer have an investment. They'll have the whole thing. That's the way it works. They're very smart. They're very, very smart people. We're dealing with very smart people throughout the world. Great geniuses, actually. Look what they've done to our country. And again, I don't blame China. I don't blame anybody. If I could have done it, if I were in that position, I'd have great respect. I have great respect for the people. They ripped off the United States, and all we had to do, have a president that knew what the hell was going on, and none of those countries would have left. Those companies, none of them would have left. So that's a little lesson in basic business. And it's really basic business. It's not complicated business. It's very basic business. And we'd have every one of those car plants going just the way they were 30 years ago. None of them would have left, but now they're coming back.
Mr. President, the Labor Department has confirmed that $400 million went to fake people for unemployment benefits.
Yeah.
I just want your initial reaction.
I think it's terrible. I just heard it from Lori, and I appreciate it, and you heard it from Elon's people, right?
That's right.
Elon's done a fantastic job. Look, he's sitting here, and I don't care. I don't need Elon for anything other than I happen to like him. But I'm telling you, this guy did a fantastic job. I don't need his car. I actually bought one and they said, oh, did you get a bargain? No. I said, give me the top price. I paid a lot of money for that car. But honestly, he makes a great car. You know what I do with it? I let the people in the office drive around in it. Margot and Natalie, they're all, Chamberlain, they're all driving around the most beautiful car. It's gorgeous. But I did that as a sign of, just a show of support. Numerous people have done
bullish
that.
now?
Just
a little bit.
Because, he's done a fantastic job, but he hasn't been
Things get
properly.
actually bullish above 5,300.
Yeah.
Mr. President, can you talk to us about your communications with China? Has President Xi reached out at all since the tariff?
Well, I don't want to say who's reached out. I just say that I I think it's going to work out, hopefully well. They're very big. It's hard to get over, if you're me, what they've done to our country. They've destroyed our economic base to a large extent. The good news is we're very vibrant, and we're going to get it back fast. We already have. Look, we're making $2 billion a day now, and during Biden, we were losing $3 billion a day. Biden was a disaster. He
Did I
was
miss
the worst
something bullish?
president in the
No.
history of our country. And you know, to me, worse than that, because the money you can make if you have the right guy in this
I
position.
think most of the bounce was
Worse
just that
than
they
that
started the
is what
cabinet
we have
meeting
to
and weren't
do.
discussing
Deal
anything
with
pertinent to markets.
By allowing
Yeah.
the jails of the world,
Although I'm not sure if
South
Lutnick's
America, all
already
over the
spoken.
world, to be opened up so that we take everybody from Africa, Asia, South America, Europe, the bad ones. They opened up their jails and they dumped them in the United States. And now this beautiful young woman who seems to be, boy, she loves what she does, though. I think she loves what she does because she's a patriot. She hates to see it. And Tom and all the people. But for us to spend, you know, hundreds of billions of dollars to, this is just, I don't know. Either, again, they either hated the country. Who would do this? Who would want millions of people to pour through an open border? We have no idea who the hell they are. And just walk right through. And half of them, whether you like it or not, you could look at them and you could say, they are not going to help us. These are some rough people. But they'd empty out their jails, and they'd empty out their mental institutions, insane asylums, and they let them into the United States of America. And inflation we can fix, and all of the other things we can fix. We'll get it going. But this is something, it's such a horrible thing, and it's really hard. You know, we have to do deportations. Now we're doing self-deportation. We're coming up with all sorts of ideas. And they must have known it's not going to work out well. And, you know, we want people to come into our country, by the way. We need them badly for the jobs. But we want them to come in legally. They have to come in legally. They have to show that they can love our country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Democrats are making allegations about market manipulation yesterday.
Thank
That's over. A little bit of resistance at 80. Not much. Is this about him wanting to fire JPOW? No. He said the first deals on tariffs are very close, and he's not considering any exemptions now. And he talked about like wanting to work a deal with China. And also said that the US would buy ships. Here's the federal budget balance, if you guys want to see it. Ugh. It's rough. Okay, weird. Next resistance is the 5,300. There's a Bloomberg article about the JPOW thing. What, him wanting to get rid of JPOW? He also said he was bringing Spuds McKenzie back. Good. Shift the JPM puts and encountering resistance, kind of like swimming to the surface of the ocean, and then manatees sit on your face. A little bit. I think 5,300 is probably more important than the JPM puts here. But they do have some impact. There's a lot of delta to the upside of us, which will be hard to get over, I think. Not that they can't do it. They could. VIX is back to like 42 here. Yeah, that was the VWAP test on ES also. A little bit of support at 40. If that breaks down, we can slide back down the gamma again. There's a little bit of support at 40, but it's not very much. More like a hiccup than an actual support. This is a like $60 rejection. What's up, Popcorn? What are you ready for? You say circuit breaker in the mirror 3 times, it'll happen. Hmm. Alright, I guess we'll see if vol pushes up here or not. If it does, we're gonna go down more. Maybe back to 5,200. Seems like a clean shot. Dude, these fucking ranges are wild. Nope. There it goes. Was that a gap down? No. Hold on. popcorn trader. I think I'm just gonna let Dork moderate everything. I'm down. J first wait, quit fucking mod the pickle jar though. A little bit of a bounce off 25. What is that? 52.55 ES. When bulls weren't fighting at all. Interesting. You use GJPY in the slightly longer time frames. Is 144 the get fucked line? No, but it's close to it. The vol short on this pump is weaker. Head and shoulders. Boop. Back to positive gamma. Sorta. Bought the shit out of that dip. Still buying. And it's just gonna retest view up on yes. Might push back up to 5,300 or yeah, 5,300 here. What's up, Secure? Hmm. Slightly higher high. I'm not sure if our drop was a breakdown in the trend though. No, it wasn't. Hmm. This is interesting. NQ testing VWAP this time. Yes, a little bit above it. .302 breakouts, bullish to the upside a little bit. There is the 310 to deal with. Maybe had a good day, man. Double the DJ account. Nice. Well done, dude. Did you make money today? I did okay. Probably not as much as I could have. I caught the first drop, though, so that was nice. I haven't really traded it much since then. Yeah. On the first drop? Like, one. I just had my strangle puts. Why is Japan blowing up? Because the Nikkei is down 5%? The carry trade's starting to blow up. I don't know. This doesn't get bullish unless we get back above like 54.90. So like on the longer time frames. Intraday, I mean, getting above 5,300 is still important, so don't forget about that. Rejected on the JPM puts. Back under 5,300. It's like some bot puts building to the downside on the rejection. Out to like 75. Some bot puts coming in at 52.45 also. Bot puts also came in at the upside 53.20, 53.30. I guess no reason for the bears not to try to defend that. The fuck is Gherkin? It's prop traders. Are you getting scammed by bots on the Discord? One sec. Back above 3. Still a lot of call buying at the 5,300 strike. And a little bit out at 5,330. Some of the puts capitulated on the bounce. Finding support at the telltale flips probably a little bit bullish. But things might just get choppy here. What's wrong with me? I can't take profits. I left like 25K on the table today. Greedy. Greedy FOMO never sell. Yeah. Tough. It's not something that's wrong with you, though. It's just something that everyone has to deal with. Again, we kind of flat under spot. Calls took profits a while ago. There's some bot puts under spot that are directly in contest with a bunch of bot calls at 5,300. So we kind of keep just bouncing between the bot puts and the bot calls. Or at least that's what we've done for like the last 30 minutes. There's not a lot of bot calls coming in further out of the money, which is keeping price from breaking up above the put wall. I'm not sure if we got, did we get a lower high on that, or a slightly higher high? Let's see if bears are more aggressive this time. One of them is going to have to be. Bulls are going to either have to be more aggressive on the bounce, or bears need to be more aggressive on the drop. I've said it like a bunch of times. I'm very interested in buying the 10-year if it's above like 5, 5, 6. Yes, back below VWAP again. Might make a new low on this drop. This looks a little bit more volume on this than the last one. 10-year above 5.5, and I'm a 10,000% buying. A year's worth of gains with no work. No comment. I mean, I'm gonna buy them, but not as a substitute. Yeah, the 2% drop in the dollar is very concerning. But it can bounce back tomorrow with PPI. Trading is such a roller coaster. Yeah, Bob. You see my PM on Discord? Yeah, I wrote about the liquidity issues last night. It's not just SPY. They're far more prevalent in the bond and vol markets right now. Prediction on PPI in the morning? Well, it's going to be our first PPI with the steel and automotive tariffs in place and the 34% tariffs against China. So, could be quite high. Analysts are already estimating it higher, but I don't think their measure of what it could or couldn't be is going to be very accurate. I miss VIX 13, said nobody ever. Someone clearly didn't spend the last 2 years selling puts. As someone who sold a lot of puts over the last 2 years, VIX 13 was awesome. It's boring. Yeah. Just because VIX 13 is boring doesn't mean you want VIX 50. Beyond the bear steeper and carry, what spreads have you used to view the bond liquidity? Just typical bond ETFs, corporate bond spreads, BBB, AA. You can also look at international bond spreads. I think you're the only non-ASMR streamer in the world who eats crunchy food into the mic. There's an ASMR tag on the stream. I don't know what you're talking about. Wrong quarter's earnings, Cobra. I thought you were an accountant. What the fuck? Can you get Dr. Suzanne Trimbath on the stream to explain the crime? Oh, God. Slip the Delta flip. Do you still talk to Yo-Yo? Last time I talked to her was probably about a year ago, maybe more. Prediction for tomorrow. I missed the stream on Sunday. Shit. Wow. We're actually really close to my prediction. I did not expect that to work out. I guess flat. How in the fuck? I don't know. There's 100% accurate going forward. No. Flop like $800 intraday. Yeah. The gamma curve on TJX may be due to illiquidity. Oh, it's kind of topped out. Probably not a lot of options outside of like spot. Yeah. You're just seeing like almost all the options interest is between like 15 and 125. That's why it's so steep. Happy birthday, Rosie. Thanks, 3 ports down. Did Trump watch your stream and tweet yesterday to make your prophecy come true? I hope not, because I don't want to spend the next 5 years in Guantanamo. Oh no, he's gonna take a new pickle jar member's wife. I haven't taken anybody's wife. What happened to Yaga? I don't know. Stopped caring. Work, life. Like a while ago. I think she stopped like interacting in the the other Discord ages ago, a couple years ago. Lies? We even have songs about you taking our wives. That's ridiculous. Yeah, I did sell the house. What's up, Adrian? That was just Rims and Tim's girlfriend. Also not real. 1 second. She said thanks, and it scared her because I had the volume high. Anytime, man. Time to cut the puts for today. The bulls seem to be controlling this. I don't know. I feel like support's kind of eroding a little bit, but maybe I'm wrong. Looks like more of the same shit. Some sold puts finally coming in. It looks like there's upside interest at like 53.25, 53.40. There's a little bit at 15. Yeah, some like out of the money bot calls coming in, but nothing very close to spot. Straddle legs for PPI? I'll probably strangle again. They're being greedy wanting to sell a $50 wide butterfly here. Don't want to get burned on it, that's for sure. See if VWAP access support here. NQ failed VWAP. Still not a lot of out of the money call buying. A little bit, but not a lot. Hmm. We're back. Hmm. Bot puts at 65.60. Bot calls at 75. Game is still pretty flat to the upside. Some 85 interest. Some vol shorting coming in. Hmm. Hmm. We'll do 100 end of day. Let's ride. I feel like it makes more sense for bulls to push for fucking the JPM puts. Some profit taking on the 5280 and 5290 puts. Bot puts coming in at 5300 though. Almost equivalent to the calls. Mm. 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 80 test. 5. Hmm. $5,300 test. The puts are capitulating on this. Some bot calls finally coming into the upside. 305, 310, 2030. Back to 75. profit taking on the 70-75 calls. A wild range. Like $50 chop. Mm. Mm. This is fucked. It's back at 45. Bar for Fed policy change is now pretty high per Goolsby. We tested the gamma flip. Ejected off 75 again. There's some bot puts at 50, 40, but not enough of them. There's some coming in at like 50 to 30, 25, 20. That would be a tremendous sell-off into close. Jesus Christ, there's $7. That's insane. $30-year almost at 4.9. 20-year is at 4.9. I don't think they're sold. What happens at 5? Banks start to realize losses. 10-year is not that high. It was higher a couple days ago. Goes red still. They start to realize losses at 5%. And technically, they start a little earlier than that. It depends on the bank, but yeah, it's the leverage that matters. Bond volatility is excessive, to say the least. Stream is so informational. You guys make concepts easy to understand. Thanks, man. We try. Can you give me a little horse? I don't know. I don't think so. Dorcas. Input. I'm just gonna fucking strangle here. Whatever happens, happens. I bought a put earlier. It's doing alright. Nice. It would have gooed the market crash to the limit. The failure to get back above 310 was interesting. I would have expected them to push harder. It could move more. I think we're in a situation where both of them can just blow up. It was 52.20. 5,200 by close, maybe? Doesn't even seem impossible. $5,000 by close? It's a bit much. I think the market might be crashing. No shit. If we lose 5,200, it's gonna get ugly. Why is the link to change membership not working? I'm not sure, but you should be able to do it at the bottom of chat. Where it says, like, where the little dollar thing is. I think. But yeah, Billionaire is the level that unlocks it, like the private Discord and all that. You're right, your predictions this week so far. I hope you're wrong on being flat tomorrow. Yeah, it'll depend on. I mean, it'll depend on PPI, largely. I created a GS account and I keep going to sign up and it keeps telling me to log back in. Hmm. The fuck? Clear your like cookies and stuff and try like just try to log in. The Discord gold is worth the money. It is. I think. Biased. Maybe my Firefox. Oh shit! If you're using any kind of like private browsing mode or incognito mode, the website won't work. Close at 30. Hmm. Yields went down really, really fast. So basically, the bond market rocketed, and then it tanked. It wasn't. I mean, the pulling back of the tariffs was an attempt at a Treasury intervention. IV moves up into close. I mean, the Fed will have to step in and buy, like, bank losses. The Treasury will have to act to provide liquidity in the Treasury market. Welcome to Tillionaire, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
no in between. One good squeeze and I'm living the dream. Pickles up, no guts, no gain. Billionaires rise, no risk, no rain. Pickles up, pickles up, pickles up. Sealed in the jar, legends are made.
Thank you. Todd's really going for it. A little bit. Yeah. Crazy end of day. I could push up to like 80. Actually, shit. I don't know. 75, 80 or resistance, but could technically climb up above them. Trump backed off what? Yeesh. That was nasty. Fucking $20 candles. 30. Jesus. Hudson River helicopter crash. Fatalities reported. Hmm. Shit is crazy. One minute. Discord's, oh shit, yeah, Discord's not working. Ding ding. Alright. Oh. Sorry about the Discord. So closing around 52.67, a little bit below the downside expected move from the probably a little close to the what we saw in the on like the weekly contract, and also just south of the JPM puts. That level will probably hold into the overnight session. They're at like 53.50 ES until the PPI release. There might be a little bit of a pump before PPI. We're still in the reversal from the 51.50 test, so this has yet to fully fail. But getting lower highs like that's usually not a good thing. And so the trend is still a little bit bullish, but the overall consolidation is kind of bearish. Dollar rocketed down all day, down almost 190 bips here at close. We see yields at the back end moving up very, very rapidly due to that decline in the dollar. A lot of that based on the headline inflation falling back to negative, and year-over-year inflation coming down. Commodities market, actually not much, but huge swings in like broad commodities were pretty flat, but we did see huge swings in oil, gold, and copper. Correlation coming down through most of the second half of the day, but making a higher low there after yesterday's massive turnaround. I will say that correlation did get back to what it was at yesterday morning, and so this may be a continued effort to leverage up the dispersion trade. Obviously, some of that could fall apart tomorrow with the PPI data. I think a lot of that is expected to be, like, the PPI data is expected to be hot because we have some of the tariffs already playing a role there, but pass through of that pricing to the consumer is still an unknown. So what we should expect over the next few months is to see PPI rise relative to CPI, and then CPI kind of like catch up with that. Forward yield on volatility ending the day around 37.89%, and carry leverage snapping back up to 8.32 despite the sliding dollar and yen. We do not see leverage picking up on the short end of the carry trade though, which is a little bit interesting. Move dropped yesterday, probably back up again today, although the yields were a bit mixed. I would say bond vol is still pretty elevated, and any rise in 3-month correlation, we're likely to see bond vol increase at that. Still not a lot of demand for out-of-the-money puts going into today's session. I'm not sure if that'll have changed, but you can take a look at this in about 10 minutes and it'll tell you. Correlation between VIX, cash VIX, still rising, but very, very slowly. VIX moving up about 21% today, so pretty significant bounce back, but still, lower than the prior 3 sessions. So a little bit on the decline still. Breadth picked up pretty substantially yesterday with about 20%, almost 20% of the S&P moving above its 20-day moving average. And Fed fund futures still only pricing at about 2 rate cuts by September, but I think they are pricing in roughly 1 more by end of year. This is the really significant thing. The 10 2-year spread picking up 35% today, moving 14 points further apart. That's pretty significant. Obviously, this is a recession indicator, and the fear with inflation falling is this falling due to lower demand from the consumer. It is not falling due to policy or anything else. And so, it's it's looking more and more like we're headed towards a recession, and that's what the fear around that is. Out here, we dropped, we tested the long-term trend, bounced off of it, but we failed that bounce. So pretty important levels going into tomorrow are again going to be 51.19, which is that low from back there in August. That's what we bounced off of today. And 54.02 to the upside, which we lost yesterday. So we're kind of right in the middle of those two. But they're both very, very important levels for trying to determine what direction we're going to take while we kind of just float around here on high volatility. Still massive moves on the intraday. We're getting very, very close to a death cross. That might encourage CTAs to go short, which could impact the spot market pretty substantially. The CTAs were very, very long for most of the last year, overweight their long positions on SPX. Right now they're short, but there's a lot more room for that short position to grow. And that's one of the systematic triggers that could be very, very relevant. So would a loss of, like 51.19, a loss of 48.50. Those levels will also probably encourage a lot of CTAs to go short as well. Yeah, I think that's about it. PPI in the morning, it's expected to be hot. It probably will be. How hot, we don't know, because we don't know what the impact of tariffs is going to be yet. But I'll write up a little bit more about that tonight or tomorrow morning. Yeah, Michigan tomorrow too. I don't think it's the Michigan preliminary though, right? It's just a revision. So maybe not as impactful. See if consumer inflation expectations are falling, because I don't think they are. Sentiment preliminary. All right. Anyway, that's it. Thank you guys so much. I hope you all have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow. Later.